Hola, buenos días. Buenos días. Hey, okay. Good morning. My name is Chris. Oh, you want to see yourself on TV? Yeah, everybody wave. Whoa. Yeah, I think they'll raise the volume if they can. So, a few things. Yo no puedo hablar español muy bien, entonces, ¿cuántas personas necesitan traducir? No pueden hablar inglés. Un poco. Bueno, ok. Ahorita no hay personas pueden traducir. Ahorita. Básicamente hay voluntarios, pero este día es solamente grupos pequeños y hablamos en idiomas preferencias. Entonces, ustedes hablan en español, pueden hablar en español. No necesitan. ¿Me entiende? Lo siento, yo no puedo. Okay. Pero gracias, es su país y lo siento, yo no puedo hablar bastante. Okay. I was just saying, I unfortunately don't speak enough Spanish. We're going to be having more. We asked for a translation, and it's en route. It's coming. But for now, we're going to do our best to get started. What that means, first step, I want you to put everything down. No computers, nothing in your hands. Everything down. If you love your phone as much as I bet you do, you can hold it as a safety blanket to make you feel comfortable. And what I want you to do is put all of your things underneath your seat, because today you will not need your laptops. You will not need your etc., etc. And what I'd like you to do, once you have everything in, we're all going to stand and we're all going to come right down here. Everybody's coming down. You don't need to bring anything with you. Oh. Boom, boom, boom. And just leave your bags. You won't need to bring your bags. And then we're going to do another line. Just come on right up here. We're going to make a little circle right here. We're going to see how it goes. Come on in. Yep, come on in. Yeah, it's nice to see you. Yeah. We're going to get nice and familiar. Oh, yeah. Coming in. We're going to have those who are vertically supported by your genetics. We want you in the back row. Others, we want to be able to see faces. So taller people in the back row. Yep. Come on in. Come on in. Come on in. Yes. Come on in. 2 rows up here, please. 2 rows. 2 rows. Vamos. Come on in. Okay. All right. Okay. You all look very good. Yes. What are you seeing? What are we seeing here?
Demographic diversity.
What other kind of diversity?
Gender diversity, height diversity.
What else?
Ethnicity.
Ethnicity? Yeah, that's right.
Age diversity. I'm raising the average.
Yeah, fantastic. What else? Height diversity? Yeah. Okay. Multicultural. Solidarity? Do you feel a sense of solidarity? Yeah. Why are some of you in the room? What's your motivation for being here today? Anyone? Raise your hand. Why are you here today?
For a forum.
What do you want to do today? What do you hope today looks like?
For fun, yeah.
All right. Ideas?
The day where we're gonna fall asleep.
Oh, not here. We'll show you a difference. What we're going to do today together is we're going to do the unconference model. There will be no panelists. You will have to hear me a little bit, but not much. This day is all about small groups of people talking about topics that you care about, where you can share challenges, but specifically you're going to share ideas and solutions and tips and tactics. Today is a day to help you rethink how you're doing your work and make connections with people who are also working on similar issues. You are all experts. Everyone, regardless of your experience, your age, you have a perspective that is needed and desired in this room. So the goal today is to make sure every single person is speaking in every group, and we're all bringing our best ideas to the conversation. Does that make sense? Does that sound fun? Yeah. Are you done with panels? Yeah. We'll see how you go. You have a week of them. But the other thing, why we do this on day 0 of this gathering, is we hope that you meet allies, that you can build relationships over the week. So we want you to find people. This is the time to be very selfish. If you see someone who's doing something interesting or working smart, you want to meet them, have lunch with them, have coffee. This is also a time to strategize how you make the most out of the IGF. Think about who do you want to talk with, how do you want to interact to make this the best experience for you. Does this make sense? Okay. Everyone take a deep breath. Roll your shoulders back. Oh, yeah. Up on your tippy toes. Up, 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 up. And shake it down. All right. Another deep breath. Okay. I want you to rub your ears. Today is a day of listening more than speaking. I want you to get the blood flow in there. Can you feel it? Yeah. Now, if you're someone who typically always has something to say, you're always ready, you have an idea, you're always, I know something, I got an idea. I want you to raise your hand for me. I'm the only one? Thank you. Okay, first thing, we love you. We really do. But what I want to make sure we do today is invite you to take 3 deep breaths before you speak. All right? Now, if you're someone who likes to really think, take your time, make sure you have just what you want to say, and then you speak, you take a lot more time, raise your hand, please. Yeah. Awesome. We love you. But we really need you. And these conversations we have are not 3-hour-long conversations. They're going to be around 45 minutes long. So what we want you to do today is to take a deep breath and move in to that conversation earlier than you might usually. Or will we support everybody as they find their way to participate today? Okay, good. It's going to be fun. Now, what do you observe about this room? It's like a lecture hall. There's only one door. That's right. Yeah. Emergencies, flight attendant here. So it's bright. One of the things that's going to be challenging today is we're going to do small group meetings in an auditorium. Now, the beauty of that is when you meet, we're going to see who really needs to sit, and you're going to take a seat. Who would like to stand is going to stand in the other row. So you're going to have a row of 4 to 8 people or 4 to 6 people sitting down, and then the next row you're going to have people standing. And you can switch if you need. Does that make sense? So the idea is small circles. We're going to try to make magic here by making this an open circle seating area. We can do it. It's going to be okay. Okay, I had a notebook, but I might not need it. Okay, a couple quick questions. Thank you, very kind. All right, everybody take a deep breath. Oh, yeah, roll those shoulders back. We're going to do one of the biggest challenges, but it's very important. What I want you to do is I want you to say your name, and I want you to say where you're coming from. We don't care if you're the General Secretariat of IBC to the FGA and the ING and also on the board of directors of this organization and also volunteer. No. Maybe something like, I come from the United States. Maybe longer if you need, but please, we are many. We are many. But we want to hear your voice. We want to hear your name. We want to hear where you're coming from and the one issue that you really want to talk about today. Can I get an example? Can I get a volunteer to share where? Yeah.
Gender issue.
Boom. Gender issues, right? What's another example?
Daniel, digital policy for youth.
All right. You got it? 2 to 3 words. But this is a time for you to look at the people. If they're talking about something that you're also interested in, make note. That might be your coffee partner, okay? So, just quickly your name, where you're coming from, and then the issue that really you got to talk about today for today to be successful. Are we ready? All right, can I get a volunteer to start? Yeah, let's start behind.
Hi, Fred, Hong Kong. The impacts of communication.
Okay, Andre, I come from Serbia, and I'll be talking about cybersecurity today.
Janet from Argentina, gender issues and privacy issues.
Hi, my name's Adrian. I'm also from Hong Kong. I care about cybersecurity, among other things. There? Or do you want to go? Okay. Anyway? Ladies first. Sure.
Hi, I'm Ivy, coming from Ghana, and I'll be talking about youth in IG issues.
Hi everyone, Aidan Fodeline, based in the UK, and I care about privacy and data protection.
Hi, Susanna Herring, Turkey, freedom of speech and expression.
Hi, my name is Anya. I come from Russia, and I want to talk about community connectivity today.
Hi, I'm Aarti Bhavna from India, and I want to talk about ICANN and the INA transition.
Federica from Dominican Republic, youth and gender issues, and also human rights on the net.
Manuela Peralta, Dominican Republic, gender issues and digital divide.
Hi, my name is Alexander Toribio. I'm from Dominican Republic and access to the internet.
Hey, I'm Laura Gonzalez. I'm from Colombia, and I would like to speak about net neutrality.
Hello everyone, Haoran Huang from Beijing, China. The thing I care about is the youth involvement in IG.
Hi, I'm Carlos from Honduras, and I care about youth and gender issues.
Hi, I'm Carlos Martel. I live here, and I'm interested in freedom of speech and cybersecurity.
Hey, I'm Grayson. I'm from the US, and I'm interested in civil liberties in the internet and big data as a social good.
Hi, José Mendoza, Venezuela, Identity Digital.
Hi, I'm Jian from Hong Kong. I care about youth and gender issues.
Hey, I'm Simon. I'm from Colombia, and I am interested to talk about share economy and net neutrality.
Hi, my name is Abraham from El Salvador. My interest is for cybersecurity.
Hi, my name is Lawrence from Kenya. I want to talk about and learn more about having an open and secure cyberspace.
Hello, I am Juan Agüero from Paraguay, and I'm interested in connectivity.
Hi, I'm Bani Skibet from Nairobi, Kenya, interested in cybersecurity, youth, and gender issues.
Hi, I'm Gloria. I'm from Panama, and I'm interested in gender issues and child safety.
Hi, I'm Natalie Cho from Hong Kong. I'm interested in gender equality.
I'm Melvin Low from Hong Kong, China, and I'm interested in privacy of internet.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Chen from Hong Kong, and I'm also interested in about the privacy of internet.
Hi.
Hi, Augusto from Argentina, and I am interested in cybersecurity.
Hi, my name is Joamel. I'm from Venezuela. Temas? Cybersecurity.
Hello, my name is Benj. I'm from the Philippines. I'm interested in public access.
Hi, my name is Nelson. I'm from Colombia, and I'm interested in privacy and Internet of Things, like all the stuff.
Hi, my name is Emiliano. I'm from Mexico City, and I'm interested in e-commerce and net neutrality.
Hi, I am David Guerra for Monterrey, Mexico. I am interested in cybersecurity and network management.
Hi, my name is Ocean. I'm from the United States, and I want to talk about general freedom of speech.
Hi, I'm Oliver, and I'm from America. I'm interested in privacy issues.
Hello, I'm Keen. I come from Italy. I'm 12 years old, and I also want to talk about privacy issues.
Good morning. I am Josiah from Hong Kong, and I'm interested in rights, especially rights for children and privacy and safety on the internet.
Hello, I'm Perla from Mexico, and I'm interested in e-commerce and personal data.
My name is John. I'm from Colombia. I'm very interested about human rights and youth participation in the internet.
Hi, my name is José from Mexico. Y me interesan las telecomunicaciones.
Hi, my name is Daniel from Chile, and I'm interested in youth participation in building the digital policy of the future.
Hi, Arsene Tungali from Congo. Child online safety and internet shutdowns.
Hello, everyone. I am Humberto from Ecuador, and I want to talk with all of you about internet freedom and cybersecurity.
Hi, I'm Chinaiche from Zimbabwe, and today I want to focus on gender issues.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yolanda Mlonzi from South Africa. I am interested in youth leadership in IG as well as human rights.
Hi, I'm Mamutukwani Kadi from Lesotho. Today I want to talk about net neutrality and cybersecurity.
Hi everyone, my name is Evelyn Amara from Uganda. I'm interested in diversity of women in technology, plus women in gender issues.
Hi, good morning. I am Ashal, and I was going to talk about net neutrality, but now all I'm interested in is how to get 12-year-olds in my country in Barbados interested in privacy.
My name is Michael Ogia. I'm currently based in Serbia, and I'm really interested in the relationship between the internet and climate change.
Hi, my name is Liana Galstan. I'm from Armenia, and I'm interested in child online protection and safety.
Hi, my name is Nexahualcoyol Lopez. I am from Oaxaca, Mexico. I would like to speak digital inclusion and cybersecurity.
Hi everyone, my name is Talia. I'm from Ecuador. I would like to read about cybersecurity and encryption.
Hello, my name is Yesenia Rivera. I'm from Monterrey, México. Y lo demás ya no me lo sé en inglés. Me gustan los protocolos, seguridad, el manejo de la programación. Y más que nada quiero aprender cómo enseñarle esto a las nuevas generaciones.
Hi everyone, I'm Mary from Armenia, interested in privacy issues and freedom of expression.
Hi, I am Luis from Peru. I'm interested in endangered languages revitalization.
Hello, my name is Diana. I'm come from Haiti, and I'm interested in internet access and diversity.
Adriana Castro from Colombia. I'm interested in empowering, I think this generation and next generation, I mean internet users in internet governance issues.
June Tessie from Kenya, inclusivity.
Hi, Nomsa from Zimbabwe. Access, connectivity, and local content.
Hi, I'm Sangare from Mali, and I'm interested about cybersecurity, public access, and development by internet.
Hi, I'm Khushbu Khanna. I'm based in Shanghai, China, and I'd like to talk about invasion of privacy on social media and the governance of the internet governance in China.
Hi, my name is Yuza. I'm from Indonesia. I'm interested in internet for kids and meaningful access.
Hi, my name is Erin, and I'm from Canada, and I'm interested in internet governance education.
Hi, I'm Victor from Trinidad and Tobago. I'm interested in technology policy and connectivity.
Hi, I'm also Victor. I come from Venezuela, and I'm interested in citizen participation under repressive regimes and freedom of speech.
Hi, I'm Florin. I'm from Austria, and I'm interested how youth participation can work in IT context.
Hi, I'm Martin from Germany, and I deal with digital youth work and with youth participation.
Hi, my name is João Pedro. I come from Portugal. I would say internet child safety.
Hey, this is Elif Sard. I'm from Turkey, and I'm interested in cybersecurity, data privacy, and internet children online safety.
I'm Thomas. I'm from America, and I'm interested in privacy and trust online.
Hi, I'm Alessia. I'm from Uruguay, and I'm interested in human rights and the internet and youth participation in internet governance.
Hi, I'm Ana Ivy. I'm from Mexico too. Hello. And I'm interested in human rights and privacy and data protection.
Hi, I'm Gabriela. I'm from Brazil, and I'm interested in privacy.
Hello, I'm Anna from Brazil, and I'm interested in privacy and data protection and IoT.
Hello, I'm Jojo from Hong Kong. It's my first time here. I'm interested to meet the IT smart people.
Hello, I'm Evgenia from Belarus, and I'd like to talk today about media-related issues, especially freedom of speech.
Hi, I'm Jonas. I'm from Brazil, and I'm interested about Internet of Things and digital inclusion.
Hi, my name is Edson. I'm from Brazil, and I'm interested in cybersecurity and emerging issues.
Hi, my name is Cindy. I'm from Brazil, and I'm interested in education and governance of internet, human rights, and gender equality.
Hi, my name is Thales. I'm from Brazil, and I have interest in cybersecurity topics.
Hi, my name is Sebastian from Brazil, from Colombia. I would like about connectivity and human rights.
My name is Jonah Yala from Colombia. My interest is the future of the internet.
I'm Gabriel Pichardo from Dominican Republic. I'm interested in cybersecurity and net neutrality.
Hi, Manuel from Mexico. I'm interested in internet regulation, domain names, and IP addresses.
Hi, Tracy Hackshaw, Trinidad and Tobago, digital inclusion for underserved regions and communities.
Hi, everyone. I'm Rihanna. I am from Colombia. I'm interested in cybersecurity and Internet of Things and internet infrastructure.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Paola. I'm from Colombia, and my interests are net neutrality and digital economy.
Hi, everybody. My name is Victor Benavides from Dominican Republic. I'm interested in the right to be forgotten and privacy.
Hello, everybody. I'm Carlos Guerrero from Peru, and I'm really interested to talk about youth initiatives on internet governance.
Hi, I'm Manuel from Mexico. I'm interested in internet access and cybersecurity.
Good morning, my name is Terrell Cowison. I'm from the US and I'm interested in building the next generation of internet leaders.
Hello, my name is Fatima. I come from Mexico City and we talk about privacy and data protection issues.
Hello, my name is Natalia Enciso. I am from Paraguay. I'm also interested in youth participation, blockchain, and new business model.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm from mainland China, and I'm interested in children's engagement in IG policy making, and as well as IG education for children.
Hello, I'm Derek. I'm interested in technology transfer.
Hi, my name is Pedro. I'm from Brazil. I'm interested in blockchain technology and decentralized networks.
Did we get everybody? I don't know if you saw that. No. Nothing. Did we get to hear from everyone? Yeah? Okay. Wow. What were some themes that came up? Cybersecurity. What else? Gender, youth, privacy, freedom of expression, child safety, internet access, inclusion, local content and connectivity, net neutrality, human rights. Oh, yeah. Are we in the right space? Are you in the right room? Okay, good. Now that I've got your energy up, let me just break your heart a little bit. Today, you're going to have to make tough decisions. The thing that makes these small group conversations work is they remain small. If you see a privacy conversation with 30 people, we're going to want to split that up into at least 3 groups. Or better yet, we're going to actually want you to go ahead and go to your second choice. The way we're going to start this morning is we have 10 volunteers who are going to host the first round of conversations. These are not the only conversations. I guess they will be repeated. We're going to be doing 2 rounds of small group conversations this morning. What's going to happen is we're going to jump right into our first conversation. It's going to be 45 minutes long. Then we're going to take a break. After break, we're going to come back and we're going to hear the report back from each conversation, just 1 or 2 major, really beautiful ideas or thoughts. It's not going to be the long report back. And then we're going to go into our second conversation. The second round, if you want to host a conversation, you will have the space to do that. This first round, I want us to just try and see how we do for the first round. The second round conversation, you can get up and say, I want to specifically talk about how to engage youth between 12 and 16 years old. And if you have one or two other people, that's perfect. The smaller the conversation, often the better. Does that make sense? Are you still in the right room? Does that sound appealing? Uh-huh. You all are professors, you know? Roll those shoulders. Yep. Take a deep breath. Get those ears. You ready to listen? You're doing a great job. This is hard. Up on your toes. Yep. Let's get in our bodies. Nice. Now, a couple things. It's going to be a little bit of an interesting challenge. I know you have valuables in your bag. You have things that are important to you. So when we break out, what I want you to do is take the time to get the things important to you and, get them when you go to your group. Does that make sense? I'm going to invite our volunteers who have offered to host a session here to come on up on the stage. Just come on. And everybody, let's give some snaps. Yeah? And now, let's get some applause proper. Make some noise. Okay. So the beauty is, what I would like to see later this morning is you up here and this afternoon. We're going to keep going. We're going to start with this first round with our volunteers. These folks are fellows and ISOC ambassadors, Internet Society ambassadors. They have a lot of experience, but they were also, many of them, here last year and are a little familiar with this methodology, this peer-to-peer unconference. So I'm very grateful. What we're going to do is just quickly, I'd like you to introduce your name and briefly an invitation for people to come with you. You're just going to stay here, though. And what I'd like you to do is make sure you turn around so everyone can see you and associate the name with what you're going to talk about. Does that make sense? All right.
Hi, everybody. Again, my name is Michael, and I'm going to be speaking, our group is going to be talking about the Sustainable Development Goals and how they relate to development.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ivy, and if you want your voice to be heard on the internet platform, join me in the Youth in IG discussion.
Hello, my name is Anya, and today I will be speaking about community connectivity and community networks, solutions that are designed for people living in isolated and rural areas, avoiding intermediaries and internet service providers that charge additional fees, networks that are developed by people and for the people. Join me. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Aarti, and today we'll be talking about ICANN and the INA transition to hear about how you think it's gone so far, what you think it has changed, how the future looks. Yeah, we'd love to have you here.
Hi, I'm Susanna Herring, and my group will be talking about accessing and using the internet in politically oppressive and restrictive societies. I'm reading it out from here because it's too long, not because I don't care about it. I highly do. Well, coming from Turkey, I don't know if you heard about everything going on. So if you think that it's important for governments or groups not to oppress the internet, the flow of information, freedom of expression, please join me and let's talk about it.
Hi everyone, I'm Aidan Fodelin, and join me if you'd like to have a discussion on privacy, data protection, the right to be forgotten, or the value of big data. But we'll adjust the conversation depending on everyone's interests, of course. So feel free to join me. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. I'm a little vertically challenged, so I'm Ashal, and if you want to talk about net neutrality, please join me. If you don't know what net neutrality is, also, please join me, and we'll talk about it. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I'm Andre, and I'll be facilitating the group talking about cybersecurity. But you'll be doing the talking, not me.
Hi everyone, I'm Chennai, and I will be facilitating the discussion on gender. My challenge to everyone in the room, apart from the people really interested in gender, could we get the people who are unaware of what gender issues are or think that gender is not really a big deal, come to our session and let's educate each other.
Hello, everyone. I'm Yolanda. So I'll be speaking about leadership, basically. So internet governance is about multi-stakeholderism. So how do we get everyone on the party? So I want to basically hear about experiences, tactics, and how we can actually empower leadership, also with youth focus. Thank you. Oh yeah, join me, please.
Give him a big hand. Okay. How do these topics sound? Ooh. Did you? Conflict of interest. Yes. This is democracy by your feet. Right? So I'm going to invite you all to, everyone stay here. If you could please scatter yourselves around in this space. Go ahead and take your space. Everyone keep hip here for a minute and just think for a second of what you want to attend. Yeah. Okay, make sure you spread out. Oh. I know, it's a problem, isn't it? Everyone stay here, stay here. We're not going yet, not going yet. Okay. Raise your hands, raise your hands. Oh. Everyone raise your hand. For what? Okay, the rest of the day, while we spend our day together, when you see hands go up, this just means we're gonna get the room quiet. So whenever you see a person and then a group starting to raise their hand, we're going to all raise our hands so the whole room gets quiet so we can make announcements. It's going to be very hard. A couple things. You know, I come from New York and I talk really fast and sometimes no one can understand me, especially if no puede hablar español, inglés, en cada dos. Okay. Some of us with these issues, we're very passionate and we can speak very fast. Today, we need to slow it down. Many of us, English is not our first, second, or third language. We're asking a lot of our colleagues, and we thank you. So what I'd like to practice, if you see someone talking really fast, what should we do? We should make sure they let them know. Yes. All right. We want to hear you. We want to understand. Today is also a day where we don't use jargon. So we don't want to say to the IT, to the GOV, and the ABC coalition that went to the FLA, right? So if we don't understand what someone's saying, I want us to try to do this. Ready? This means define. Because we don't want to interrupt conversations. Wait, what are you talking about? Slow down, I can't hear you. Define. And some of us talk really quiet. When we talk quiet, we need to ask people to turn up the volume. Can you try that? Yeah, just turn it up. Turn up the volume, turn up the volume. We'll dance later tonight. It'll be good. Okay, today is going to be a day where you do have to move with your feet. We can't have, as you can tell, a group of 15 people meeting. We can't have 30 people. It won't be a healthy conversation. So when a group gets to capacity and you see that, I want you to try to move to your second choice. If you find every conversation you want to be part of is too full, come here and there will be a nice solution to that problem. Facilitators, we thank you. When your group gets 10, 12 people, we need to we're at capacity. These conversations will happen again. If you're at capacity, you also could say, hey, I want to talk about this, and you could break off. 5 or 7 people could talk about an element of privacy. Does that make sense? Okay. We're going to take these conversations. They're going to go for 45 minutes, but we're going to give some extra time for us to get situated. So when you get in your group, everyone's going to introduce why you're there. Facilitators going to be asking for note takers and a timekeeper, right? I'd like our conversations to ideally end by 10:45. We'll see how that goes. It's as flexible. Don't be attached to time. That's my job and the timekeeper's jobs. But once you start your conversation, timekeepers, 10:45 is our goal to finish. Are we ready? All right, grab your things, find your conversations, and our generous facilitators hold those up. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you. How many of you would like more time? Uh-huh. That's great. The good news is we have a whole nother conversation after break, so you can have that. Real quick, how many of you got a new idea or approach to your work? Raise your hand. A new idea or approach to your work, something that's going to improve. Okay, good. How many of you have identified a conversation you would like to host? Yes, yes. All right. This break, what I would like us to do, let's first give a big round of applause to our facilitators. It's one of the hardest jobs, coming in 5 minutes before. Hey, can you host this conversation? They did an amazing job. It was lovely to see. Many of them are going to return. For facilitators, I'd like you to just check in with me briefly as we go to break. We'll just meet right here on the stage. For everyone else, we're going to take a 20-minute break. And there's coffee and tea and snacks. The restrooms are out to the left. And I'd like us to be back here by 11:05 and get started. Before we go, does each note taker know? Let me see the hands of the note takers. Raise them up high. Fantastic. All right. Now, note takers, you know that you're going to be reporting back to the whole group when we get back, right? And what we're going to want to hear is one or two main highlights from the conversation. For those who are interested in hosting a conversation, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back and we're going to do the exact same thing. We're going to hear topics of conversation. How many of you felt your conversation might have been stronger if it were fewer people? Anybody? It's hard sometimes. 45 minutes. Yeah, it's a weird question, isn't it? It's not fair. But what we'd like is to ideally double the number of conversations. I'd like to see more groups of 5 and 8 people for the next round. So if you have a conversation you want to host, please see me during break. Thank you very much. We will see you at what time? What time? Yes, gracias, muy amable. Nos vemos. Go ahead, go ahead. 10 minutes left. 10 minutes left in break. Please get your coffee. All right. We're going to go ahead and get started. Keep this beautiful train on track. All right. I'm going to invite everybody to stand up. No devices, no computers. Put everything down. Everyone stand up. You don't need to you're going to stay right there. You don't need to bring anything, but we're just going to put everything down. You don't have to travel anywhere. Stand up. You can do it. You can do it. All right, everybody, deep breath. Yeah. Roll those shoulders. Many of you took buses, flew here, got stuck in traffic. Yep. All right. Up on your toes. Arms up. All right, go. To your right, to your right. Other way. All right, shake your leg. Shake your leg. Shake it all around. Other leg. You got it. I see you. Your toes want it. Your toes want the movement. I can tell. All right, roll those shoulders. Nice. Take it to the next level. Yeah. All right. Okay, now the last deep breath. Here we go. Nice, thank you. We're going to remain standing. Stay standing. So we're going to sit here in a minute. Our note takers and report back persons, can you come on up, please? Come on up. Let's give them a big round of applause. Nice. Keep it going. Nice. All right, fantastic. So we're going to remain standing if you're willing and able. Our friends here, note, report back, folks. Just come on, slide all the way over. We want to get you your power, and make sure you're documented for all the world to see, I guess. A couple things. When we report back, what we'd like you to do is say your name, what conversation you were part of, right? And then 1, 2, maybe 3, maybe, as if the world is going to stop spinning. 3 main things that you want the larger group to be mindful of, right? So we don't want to hear, we met, then we started talking about this, and then we changed our mind, and then we started talking about this. No, we just want to get a few of the highlights. Does that make sense? All right, let's give them some love. This is the hardest job.
Hey everyone, my name is Gloria, and I was part of the gender issues conversation. And we discussed about the aspect of men involved in gender issues. We need more men involved. Also, we discussed the mentality, cataloging stuff for genders, such as TV shows or toys, and and also we discussed the image of women in video games. Since little boys tend to play games from an early age, and they see women as video games display them. Like for example, they sexualize them. They put them with um, like huge body parts, just to say. And yeah, we need to make changes. Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
So we're going to hold our applause until the end, just to save time. But what I'd like you to do is just send that loving kindness to the person. And you can do that like this. Let them know, yeah, send them the good vibes. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, so my name is Jian. I'm from Hong Kong, and I'm part of the leadership topic focusing on youth leadership. So what we discussed, we basically summed it up that all of us came from communities with disadvantaged. So someone came from a rural place, and I came from a non-Chinese background in a Chinese-dominated society, and someone came from a developing country. So that's the first point. The second one is that we find that there's a lack of leadership from institutions and governments, so not a lot of support, and also lack of awareness of internet issues and not much opportunities for youth in our communities. And there's also an inequality in access to internet because of social, economic, or even political background. And the tips that we discussed to make leadership more better is to make the language easier to understand, and by having language diversity, and to make it accessible to everyone by like the cause, and having trainings and having a common goal for people to work together. And the type of leaders that we want is a participative leadership to promote internet governance in our own communities. And lastly, I want to say that if you see something that you want to change in your community and no one is doing anything, then you can be the one to start to do something. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, I'm Nomsa from Zimbabwe, and I was in the local community, creating local community networks and access to connectivity. And the main thing that I want to highlight that we spoke about was the need for creating long-term relationships with the communities you want to create connectivity in. So the main point about that was not actually going in and asking them about radios and things, but actually getting to know them and talking to them about their experiences, and then from there understanding how technology can help that community. So creating relationships.
Hi everyone, I am Humberto from Ecuador. So we was talking about cybersecurity. It's a lot of things, but the highlights are, so security, privacy, and design are things that we that have to concern together, not only the design or the more beautiful device, because we don't want backdoors, malware, or something that can be very problematic in the future. Another thing is that the companies have to build, the internet companies have to build trust with us, making more secure systems and software. Another thing is that very important that the private sectors, public sectors, civil society, and governments have to be more transparent with their reports about the surveillance that they are doing to us. And finally, and very important as is that all the people that are here, not only us, have to share cybersecurity to all that doesn't know about this team.
Hello, I'm João Pedro. I'm from Portugal. Speaking on what you said, we were discussing privacy. So basically, we mentioned there's the big data versus privacy problem, and where to set the boundaries. We might see privacy as a human right, and the problem here is how to define privacy. It's obviously a personal concept, but still there should be a baseline towards it could or not be yours. There's some general worries, even towards government, private sector, because they work alongside it. Sorry, wrong page. As been mentioned, there's different perspectives, different government approaches. One's more protective and vigilant, with massive protection policies in place, implemented. Also, we mentioned that sometimes you're comfortable when you're sharing, but sometimes you don't know what you're really sharing. And that's something that should be improved, rather from changing the concept of privacy by default to a more your own opinion of what you can or not share. Thank you.
Awesome. So I was part of the group that was doing government oppression, and so so it kind of segues off the fact that privacy isn't necessary for that. But it was interesting because going in, I was under the assumption that oppression was the. Oh, slow down, sorry. I was under the assumption that oppression comes in many forms, and hearing the groups from Congo, Venezuela, Brazil, Turkey, and Belarus, it was easy to see that was true. For one, shutdowns are different in different countries. Some are able to use VPNs, some are not able to use VPNs at all. And then also the idea of values in different countries being different. So for one, anonymity in Brazil is not a thing. So end-to-end encryption was fought against. So we talked about this. We talked about the fact that some countries were using a brute force kind of tactic of taking down internet access. Some were fighting against encryption, VPNs, criminalizing these technical capacities. But also we're talking about the ways in which we could solve this. And this is where we come into the idea of reliance of offline networks, the fact that we can use shared networks of people instead of the internet to get information out. Also reliance on international domains to post information to, if we're blogging against a government, let's say. And then kind of this idea of encryption being more of a necessity. And I think one of the nicest points we had was, what if the public sector came together and advocated for private institutions to put encryption at its highest level? So that's saying, if the public sector demanded it, there's such a necessity from the private institutions to have data that they might put that at the top of the agenda. So I think that was interesting, and it would be interesting to see as the conversation progresses through this week.
Hi, I'm Mary from Armenia. Our group discussed sustainable development goals. So if you don't know what SDGs are, those are like the new generation of Millennium Development Goals. There are 17 goals. So I will just go through our main points. So we concluded that SDGs are a really good framework. However, they are just goals, and to really have an impact, we need action, and we see this action through education, awareness raising, and communication strategies. Especially, we highlighted the work with youth, because the deadline for SDGs is 2030, so we have 14 years, and the youth actually will be the group that will benefit more and will be the ones to implement these goals. Later, we also discussed about the importance of exchange of best practices, because in our group we had people doing really great job with implementing SDGs, but we had no idea about each other, about these practices. So it will be really great to have collaboration within and across different stakeholders to spread the word and share the experience, and I think everyone will benefit from it. Also, connecting communities with the same needs and issues is in line with what I just said. Also, we discussed how to make the UN language more understandable because, in fact, we realized that there are a lot of organizations doing important job regarding SDGs, but they have no idea that they are doing something related to them. But this is a good framework to be used for spreading the word and making an impact. Also, regional diversity was highlighted, and making spaces for connecting SDGs and innovation hubs. Meaning that if there's any innovation done in any part of the world, they can align this with the needs of the community and align it with the SDGs. So I think, and also one of the most important points was to be inclusive, to have all the stakeholders and groups included in the process. So basically that was it. Thank you.
Our group is Youth Participation in Digital Issues and Internet Governance Issues.
Hello everyone, I am Josiah from Team Youth, and as I myself am a youth, so I can understand that this subject is very important to not only you guys but also me. So first point is that content of youth. So the content for youth is like the internet is more than just what the youth use. Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, and all those social media apps and yes, it is more because you can do just more than that. You can educate yourself through internet. So now more and more schools are using internet to help their students learn through that, and also parents, families, and universities should also work together to create more interactive and quality content so it can attract the children and they could spend their time more on educational things than their own and useless stuff. Yeah. And another thing is about through my own experience, adults can also be a better role models for children, because maybe let's say children can know how to use a phone through adults, because you can see everyone on the street on their phones, especially adults, and maybe they can learn like how to use a phone, and through their parents also and their families, they can if they see their let's say their dad using their phone while eating dinner, then they can also like, oh look, it's my dad. He's using a phone while he's eating dinner. I can also use my phone while eating dinner. So that would be a bad example. And so adults also should be a role model for children. Thank you.
As the old counterpart to that group, I will just say two things more. We also discussed about active engagement of youth in internet governance issues. We also discussed about awareness of internet governance issues across all ages. And finally, we think this participation goes to citizen participation and building capacities for the internet and developing the internet. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Laura and I'm from Colombia, and we were discussing net neutrality. We reached to three conclusions. The first one is that net neutrality protects competition, and it is important for competition between ISPs, internet service providers, and between application services and contents. Second, we discussed specifically about zero rating. So we kind of reached the conclusion that it is not inherently bad, but it depends on the competition of the market, and it depends on the actions of the regulator. About the regulation, we talked that lack of regulation can do harm because market cannot regulate itself, and too much regulation can impede innovation. Also, we said that there is necessary to be a settled principles in order to interpret net neutrality, like user choice, for example. And finally, we talked about statistics because they maybe sometimes they can be flawed, and they can, for example, take the wrong data to arrive to some conclusions that are not true. And we need more data about how many people goes from a limited internet to a complete internet, for example, in plans of zero rating. And we need to know more about how internet service providers are managing their resources in order to know if their traffic management is fair or it's not fair. And those were our conclusions.
Hi, Tracy Hackshaw. I'm representing the note taker from my group who's not here, Trinidad and Tobago. So we discussed the ICANN-IANA transition. And the first point was whether or not the transition from the US government to a multi-stakeholder control environment was important, whether the jurisdiction issues are still important. And the question was asked, so what? So what if the jurisdiction is the US or another country? Have we addressed the real issues under the transition? And a point was raised whether the governance issues are more important than the physical issues. So whether or not the way you actually host the route or you host the staff who are dealing with the route, is that as important as the actual governance within the ICANN organization? We discussed whether or not the public and private sector interests and the dilemma between those two are still being, haven't been addressed as yet. We discussed the accountability issues, whether or not that, given that there are board seats allocated to almost every stakeholder except government, if that in fact has addressed all accountability. We addressed the issue of whether or not the United Nations and or similar bodies should look at dealing with these issues as opposed to ICANN. And we looked at whether or not the multi-stakeholder model, is it in fact working? Or is there a better model? Is it multilateralism? Or is there somewhere between multi-stakeholderism and multilateralism? Thank you.
All right, let's give it up. Big round of applause. It's a lot of work. Yeah. All right. That sounded fun. You're welcome to sit down if you want. Thank you. How are the knees? Now you're really going to want to shake them out. So what we're going to do is we're going to get into our next group conversations. A couple new additions. We have some flip chart paper up here. You know that kind of the big piece of white paper and we have beautiful markers? So each facilitator is going to take a piece of paper with them and a marker. That's going to be our report back, primary way to report back from these sessions. So we can write out 3 to 5 elements. Can I get a volunteer to share what I just said? Anyone?
We're going to write the highlights, 3 to 5 highlights from each session on the big white papers with the colorful, nice markers.
You know, sometimes like you hear my voice, it's like, whatever. But this is kind of important because as you can tell, we're going to have more conversations and it's going to be hard to get the full, we're going to get a gallery here to encapsulate some of those lessons. Does that sound good? Yes, awesome. Now, are you ready for the next round? All right, all those who are willing and able to host a conversation, please come up to the stage. Yes, look at them rise. Our generous hosts are coming. Please take a stand. Great job. Awesome. All right, look at this lineup, everybody. Come on in. All right. Now, Just an opening. Is anyone thinking, yeah, maybe I want to host a conversation? I'm not sure. Anyone out there? Okay, I'm going to invite you to stand right here. This is what we called facilitated peer pressure. Come on over here. If you're just on the fence, it's okay. We're just going to acknowledge you for a moment. Let's give these folks some love real quick, right here. Yeah. Nice. All right. Now, to our main event, let's give them a lot of love and energy before we hear. Let's go. Come on. Okay, we are going to go, and folks, quickly, we're just going to hear your name and an invitation so people know. In this round, as we move the discussions forward, the more specific we can be, the better. So if it's internet privacy related issues, what in particular, if you might have it? Does that make sense? Are we ready? Yeah.
Yeah, for the third time today, I guess. I'm Andre, coming from Serbia, and I invite you all to talk about security and privacy in repressive regimes.
Hi, I'm Victor from Venezuela, and we wanted to talk, or I invite you to talk about how we can make a stronger offline connection so we can use the internet better to fight for freedom of expression. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Gonala Astbrink, and I'd like to talk with some of you about accessibility to ICT for people with disabilities. How do people use it? How can we support people to use it more? Thanks.
I am Tracy Hackshaw. Please come and talk about digital inclusion for underserved regions and communities, such as women, girls, the aged, communities within countries who are not served, the poor, rural, geographic, islands. That's a group for you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ashal. Join me for a discussion on online harassment and specifically tools for combating online harassment.
Hi, I'm Khushbu Khanna. Please join me to discuss about invasion of privacy on social media networks.
Hi, everybody. I'm Michael. We're here talking about inclusive and sustainable growth, but yet nobody is mentioning climate change at all. So I want to talk specifically about the relationship between internet and climate change.
Hi, I'm Raymond, and I want to talk about social media and social movement. If you like, you can come. I think we will be similar, oppressive regimes, whatever. Thanks.
Thank you. Perfect. This is Arsene, and I'm actually interested in everything child online safety. Do you think internet is safe for the younger ones? What are the best practices? What do you do to make sure internet is safe? What do you do to keep yourself away from all those dangers that you can find online? So if you have an idea, I'll be glad to discuss with you on anything child online safety. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yuza. I would like to invite you to have a conversation about getting people to know that the internet is not just Facebook. Because in many countries, like in Indonesia, when people ask, do you use Facebook? The number is higher than do you use the internet?
My name is Emiliano, and I would like to invite you to a conversation about digital economy, how free trade agreements work, how the new internet providers engage, like Airbnb, or Uber, something. Digital economy? Economy? Yeah. Yeah.
Any questions or clarifications for any of these? Anyone? No? Okay. On the social media, I'm going to invite you two, those who are interested, and we're going to probably split up into two groups there. So we're going to let that be for now. A couple things. We're going to speak, you know what, before, just last minute, anybody else want to host a conversation? No? Anyone? Okay. Yeah. Come on down. Come on down. But you got to be quick.
Hello, my name is Maureen Hernandez. I wanted to talk about the regulations of the new waves of digital economies. Like we're having problems in Colombia for the use of Uber. I'm not an expert in policy, but I think we need to get some conclusions and bring some policies that allow people to make their business online without having risk with the country laws.
Is that similar to what you're speaking of? So I'm going to invite you two, and then maybe you separate if there's interest. What's an observation here? What's different than last time? More conversations. Hopefully we're going to have some of those small conversations. I want you to go where your heart and mind drive you, and we're going to see how it goes. Yeah. Yeah, you want to host a conversation?
Hi, I'm Martin. I would like to have a conversation on quality standards for youth participation. I like that we have much more young people here than the last time I was in IGF 4 years ago. But I would really like to talk about what participation means to us and how we would like to actually be visible as young people.
I'm going to invite you to connect with Arsen, who has a very similar topic. Different? Oh, so it is different? I'm getting yes. Okay, different. Fantastic. Yes, another one. Oh, it's getting nice. This is what I like to see. También hay no grupos aquí solamente en español. Pienso que es un problema. Hay bastante personas aquí hablan en español primer idioma. Entonces, básicamente no ahorita, pero básicamente no. Hay un grupo en español solamente. Pienso que es importante. Piensa, oh, sí, es la verdad. Un poco grupos, vamos. Vamos, pues.
Hi, my name is Chennai, and I would like to invite people to talk about how can we take the IGF conversations back to our communities, where we come from, who we claim to represent, and how do we get people to care or to participate and give us inputs for when we come to IGF. Yep.
Hi, my name is Anavian from Mexico, and we were talking about privacy a moment ago, but we create two groups, one in Spanish for somebody who feel not sure about speaking in English, or you want to join it about privacy, Spanish. Yes, Spanish privacy, okay.
Hola, José Luis. Y mi tema, que sería en español, es la universidad con internet, o sea, e-learner, la universidad del futuro, que es lo que me preocupa un poco, ¿no? Que veo que quizás no está por ahí.
Muy amable. Well, the conversation's only in Spanish. So, the topic is an e-learning. Yeah, e-learning with youth is the topic. Okay, wow, this is exciting. Are you ready? Okay, I'm going to invite my friend, go all the way up. You got to walk all the way up, walk almost all the way up. You get the idea. You get the idea. Go all the way. Maybe you stay here and see. You might split. You're good here. You're good here. I'm going to invite from here. Todo. Okay, beautiful. Do you know where you're going? Raise your hand if you know what topic you're going to. Okay, almost everybody. Good. If you are confused, you can come and meet me here and we'll make sure you find a group. Facilitators, let's give them a big round of applause. These conversations are going to go until 12:30, 45 minutes. Find your group. Facilitators, I'll bring you the white piece of paper and markers, so you just stay put. Find your group. Porfa. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Real quick. Gracias. One moment. Don't worry, we have time. Here's what we need to do. If you finish with your group, we want to get your notes up here. And once you're done, have a seat close to the stage. We're going to do a few logistic announcements, cover a few things, and then we're going to be taking lunch. But please don't leave the space. So you have another 5 minutes to finish your notes. Let's get them all up here. this works. Beautiful. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Muy amable. Okay. This is the arc of what's happening in the next 15 minutes. Step one is I'm going to invite everybody to come down here. Not right now. That's going to be just step one. That's just step one. Step two, we're going to talk about what's happening in the afternoon. And then step three, we're going to go get some food. It's going to be lovely. So what I'd like you to do is make your way down here. There's no crazy rush, but just come on down. Those of you who are still riding, let's try to finish those last beautiful thoughts. And we're going to get everybody down here, and I'd like you to go ahead and stand and take a look at your colleagues, what's going on here, because we're going to reflect on these notes. So you do need to rise, and you need to come on down.
Getting a little hungry.
All right, we're going to get started. Everybody come on in. We're going to get comfortable once again. Yeah. All the people on the stairs, come on down. We'll make room for you, don't you frown. It's okay. We will dance. Yeah. Okay. All right. So what I'd like to do, we're just going to take a few minutes. These are going to stay up, and we're going to have time to be able to read. What I'd like to do right now is, if you were part of a conversation where someone, not yourself, very important, this is not a time for you to take the floor and say, now I can tell everybody what I think about this issue. But I'd like you to give an appreciation if someone or in your group, you came up with something that was like, wow, that is changing how I work, the way I'm thinking. Did anybody have that in their group? A few? A few? Okay. I'm going to pass this microphone around. We're going to hear some of those. I saw your hand first.
I realize education is not only for people over 10 years. I realize education on IT matters is not only for children over 10 years old. It's in my group, I heard a great experience of a girl working with children from 6 years, was that? From 6 years to 14? 6 to 14. So about IT issues and using internet. So that changed the way.
Beautiful. Yes, love that. What about over here? Anybody have something help you think differently, improve your work? Are we feeling afraid right now, or was this last hour totally a waste of your life?
I think in my group, we're looking at outreach, and one of the things that really was highlighted was identifying IGF champions, internet champions, and something that we really think about, people who can then go out and who are already active in the space and become active within their communities.
In my group, I think it just reinforced that the internet has empowered us to actually make a change, because we were talking about legislation and how laws are outdated and they don't effectively deal with like cybercrime and harassment. And one of the main themes was that creating public opinion and actually a conversation around these things does make a change. So it just reinforced that the internet really is a power driver of change.
Yeah, I think we were dealing with child safety as well in our group, and one of the important things is we were advising young people whenever there is any doubts to consult adults. And so I would like to encourage adults who are in the room to kind of build confidence with the younger people around them, even your younger brothers or sisters, so that whenever they face or they meet anything on internet where they are not sure about what's going on, so that they can feel comfortable to come to you and ask for an advice. So be open and friendly with the younger ones so they can consult you whenever there is any issue that looks suspicious to them on internet.
Bien. We was working in our group about the privacy, but it was in Spanish. I'm going to speak in Spanish. Nosotros estábamos hablando en nuestro grupo acerca de la privacidad y llegamos a una conclusión fundamental, que es que no tenemos la suficiente educación con respecto a la protección de datos y la privacidad, y que el control de la información que publicamos en la web tiene un impacto en nuestra reputación en línea, que debemos de cuidar todas las cuestiones de nosotros que publicamos en la web. Y además que el gobierno y los legisladores no entienden cómo interactuamos en la internet, no nos entienden a nosotros como jóvenes, ni que la tecnología avanza exponencialmente. Y por último, que falta mayor apoyo por parte de la distribución en la educación digital. No tenemos educación digital, básicamente fue eso.
Hi, my group told about that learning in internet in Spanish. Entonces nosotros planteamos algunos problemas frente al tema de la enseñanza en internet. El primero de ellos es un tema de infraestructura, en cuanto no todas las personas tienen acceso a internet y por ende no tienen acceso a ese conocimiento a través de internet. Voy a tratar de hablar más despacio. También conversamos sobre el tema del contenido, que tiene que ser un contenido proporcional al acceso que tenga la persona a internet. Si yo comparto un video de 500 megas, pero la velocidad de internet de esta persona no le alcanza a descargar este video, entonces tampoco va a tener acceso a este contenido. También hablamos sobre las barreras lingüísticas que tenemos, porque la mayor parte del contenido sobre gobernanza de internet está en inglés. Entonces es importante también llevar la traducción de los diversos textos que tenemos o de los videos a español y a otros idiomas también. Y sobre el tema de la brecha generacional, en tanto la visión que tienen, digamos, las personas mayores de 30 años es diferente a las que puede tener una persona nativa digital.
Hi, my name is Homel. I speak Spanish. A
Algunas soluciones sobre el tema que hablaba mi compañero, por ejemplo, en infraestructura, es que podemos encontrar nuevas formas de proporcionar Internet y a la vez podemos encontrar segmento al público de acuerdo a la capacidad de su infraestructura. En el contenido, podemos encontrar brecha generacional que ayuda a las ideas de los jóvenes, capacitación y cooperación de las diferentes partes interesadas, actualizar programas en las universidades. En las barreras del idioma podemos encontrar implementación de sistemas de traducción y concentrar la terminología. Brecha generacional, capacitación de nuevos contenidos a todos los interesados, fomentar el diálogo para intervenir en cambio de opiniones.
Okay, I participated in 2 different topics, both in English, so I'm gonna speak in English. And I think I learned that the first step is education. If you don't have education, you could have the best regulation, the best laws, the best application, everything you want. But if you don't have education, you won't have a response by the one who will use the internet. A young people, or a older one, a parent, or everything. So we need to focus in education to create a better content, but also a better use of the internet. Thank you.
Hi, in my group, I learned that some global problems actually cannot have global solutions. Some global problems needs local tailored solutions because the situation in every country is different.
Go ahead.
Okay, hi, my name is Veronica. My friend Federica was talking about how important it is to educate people. But how we were discussing today about e-commerce in my group is that we also need to educate the government. The government doesn't know about technology changes, and the kind of regulation, the kind of law they are releasing are nothing about technology. They are thinking on the keeping all these things and all this knowledge, and they're applying to the new world. I mean, to the new generation and all that. That's why you can see that one in the black market. And our basic questions that maybe you can have, and because we don't have answers, each of us has an answer on their mind, but no one knows if it's correct or not. And we want you to think about regulation and why we need to regulate, who needs to be regulated, how we need to regulate. There are many impacts on education, in laws, and in many aspects. Just that. Thank you.
Oh, these are good. You feeling you got some things? Is there a few more? Yeah.
So we were talking about climate change and internet governance, and it was very, very impressive because we highlighted that there's no topic for the IGF in this week regarding climate change. And if we're talking about access, there are millions and millions of people without internet, and for that we need energy, we need devices, which means more resources. So how are we dealing with access and climate change, given that we need more resources and we need to expand we are gonna cause an impact by giving access. So that was like incredible, important to us. Like we were talking about circular economy, like how can we foster industry to design devices, for example, that are reusable, that last longer, or for example, how can modems be communitary, so we don't need each of us need one device, so we can use one device for a lot of people. We also talked about, for example, very vulnerable islands that are they're in a very vulnerable position for climate change. So we just thought that they didn't have a voice in this meeting, for example. So that, yeah, it was amazing. Thank you.
Nice. All right, y'all. Let's give everyone who is a facilitator of these conversations and offered to host, can you please raise your hand? Yes, let's give them some love. Thank you. Now, all of our note takers, really beautiful job here. Let's give them some snaps and thanks. Yes. We're going to leave this up. A quick question. Don't worry, we are going to lunch. We are not keeping you here. The lunch has not opened yet, so it's not, but it is going to be yours in just a few moments. What I need right now is we are going to take a break from 1 to 2:30, right? Usually at these events, there's a long, line and logistics, so we don't want you to rush, but we do need to start back at what time? One more time, what time? Thank you. That's 14:30 for those in that mindset. But as you can tell, this will not be a successful afternoon if we don't start together. So we really do need to bring everyone back. Who is interested in hosting a conversation in the afternoon? We're going to have one more conversation in the afternoon after lunch. Can I get just a show of hands of who wants to host a conversation? Okay. All right, nice. We've got 2. That's good. Thank you. Anybody else? 3. Who would like to? 4. ¿Quién quiere? See, 5. This is it's an auction. It's an auction. We're going to stay here. There's no lunch until I see at least 12. ¿Quién quiere hacer?
¿Quién quiere ser líder en una conversación?
Bueno, gracias. Qué bueno. En español también. So what I would like to do is, if you're interested in hosting a conversation, please see me. The key thing here is when we come back, what we want to do is move to some of these specific questions or challenges. We want to get particular, not having too many big general conversations. We'd like to get more and more focused. So during lunch, please take the opportunity to find your topic of conversation so we can maximize it. Before we go to lunch, I'd like to invite two folks. One, you might know Niall. He went to Staples to get these Post-it notes, to get these boards. So you didn't get to meet him at the very beginning, but I would like to introduce our host of this fantastic day. Let's give him some love.
Hey guys, so it's absolutely just great to see such a very large and exciting crowd of young people, and the speeches and the discussions have been very dynamic. It's been great, so I'm definitely looking forward to this afternoon's discussion, so thank you. And before we leave, I would like to introduce the Internet Society's president and CEO, Kathy Brown.
Hi guys. You know you're my favorite part of this meeting. You know that, right? So I just gave you a big shout out inside and said you're all here, and that I expect you, don't tell anybody, right? Shut the door, to take over this organization as you get more and more experienced at what it means to run a group, right? Think about these governance issues, which are huge, guys. They're huge for you, for your future, and to actually know how to affect the system. Okay, so sitting outside the system is fun, you got little things, you got signs, and you can write tweets, but it doesn't change the system. We need people who sit outside the system, who make a little fuss, but you guys are here because we want you to learn about the system, how it works. You may want to change it as you go along, but you got to work it, okay? So promise me, right, you're the leaders of the future, and the future is now. Got it? Okay, go have fun.
So, everyone, go and have lunch. Thank you very much.